Yes. Welcome. It's Friday. We're gonna stream, and you can judge from the title. Probably it's my birthday today. But it's also Friday, so we're just gonna stream like regular, like normal. Um, we're gonna make some drum and bass. I have been working a lot in the past week on like making sounds. I've been working on the Patreon pack for the upcoming month, or this month, I should say. It's gonna be out somewhere in the upcoming few days. I'm not sure how big it's gonna be this month, but it's probably not gonna be as big as last month. This month, there's a lot of one-shot drum samples that I made yesterday, which are definitely gonna be included. So those don't really take up that much space, of course, because they're one-shot samples. So it's probably not gonna be as big in size, but I hope you guys are gonna be able to use the snare drums that I made yesterday. So stay tuned for that. Welcome. Thanks, Krongtech, Embe Yeti, NDK, Buddha Gadu, and Kenny. Thanks for the messages so far. Yeah, we're just gonna get started. I have a little thing that I already made, so we don't start completely from scratch. I kind of have a little sketch kind of thing, little start of an intro, and some start of some drums that I made as well. So we should be ready to go and basically get started making bass stuff pretty soon, which should be good. I've been really doing a lot of sound design the last few weeks. I've been basically making a lot of patches in Serum and other synths as well, and that's really helping me at the moment, getting better at sound design and just getting over that block that we hit every now and then when we get to like when we're making an intro and it sounds really nice, and then we get to a drop and then we just completely hit this wall. I figured just making a whole bunch of patches in a couple of weeks is definitely going to be good for that, to kind of break that cycle. And yeah, today I think we're going to make some bass. So welcome, Sublink, Jack Pryor, Ramon, welcome, and thanks for that. So I'll play the thing that we have so far, and then we'll switch over to the other view, and yeah, we'll get started. So this is what I made so far, and I'll see you guys in just a bit. Okay, so that's what we have. Let's switch over and let's go. I hope today is going to be a fun stream. I hope. Like I said in the chat, I feel productive in the last few weeks, so that's a good sign. Let's make this one a good one. So, yeah, I've just basically really basic start. It's just some pads like that just open up towards the end. We can play around with that a little bit, but I really want to work on the bass line now. I already have a little sketch thingy, which is mostly just a saw wave patch, so don't think this is gonna sound anything good yet. This is just a saw wave patch, and that's kind of like a little pattern that I was thinking of. So I was sort of like thinking before the stream, and I was like, let's see if I can come up with at least, I guess, a pattern in my head, and then just write that down immediately so that we don't have to do that at the start of the stream, and we can just get in sound design right away. And I came up with this pattern, which I think would be really cool. I'll actually make it a little bit louder because it's very quiet. So it's just very simple like that, and then at the end we're gonna get a higher one. So that's sort of like the main idea. And then I was also playing around with the secondary patch, and that's also just a saw wave, by the way. And I was sort of like thinking about, okay, what can I maybe add later in the track? And I came up with this thing, and I think this would be really cool, having like maybe either a Reese or a sub bass kind of sound, with maybe, I don't know, maybe like a plucky bass sound playing these notes, and then have like a synth that plays on top doing higher notes like that. So we get, wait, let me raise the level of this one as well. And then at the end part, I think that would be really cool. The thing that I was doing here is that these synth sounds, which are currently saws, of course, are going to be hitting, what is that, a 16th note later than the other sounds, which gives it that sort of like weird kind of feeling. But we need to make good patches for it. First things first, I think we need to find a snare drum. Now, that is going to be really easy because, and this is, by the way, a plug for my Patreon. If you want to support me, then you can support me on Patreon, patreon.com/artifacts. I'll drop the link in the chat right now. I'm working on the Patreon pack for this month, and I've been making a bunch of snare drums. Now, I can show it to you how to make these if you want it. Let me know in the chat, but I've been making these snare drums right here, and they are basically, they all have sort of like the same transient, roughly. There's a couple of different transients that I used, and those are basically all the snare drums that I made for the pack of this month are all in the key of B, and they all, because I've been working a lot in tracks in the key of E, so B is a nice key for a snare drum. It's the perfect fifth, of course. Now, I wanted to make some snare drums that had like basically the transient and the noise is just synthesized, but then some kind of an acoustic type of resonance in the tail of the snare drum. And I made 50 that sound like that, all just like that. So if you want, you can rip those from the stream, and if you want all of them, you can sub to my Patreon. I mean, you can rip them from the stream, but you're gonna get them in poor quality anyway, so good luck with that. Thanks, Doms and Julie and everybody else, by the way. Thanks for the messages. That pattern is City Pulse 24. I have no clue what that is, so I don't really care. But yeah, I was just doing that, and it's actually really nice. All you have to do is make yourself a good transient and make yourself some good noise for like a snare drum. Which, by the way, I will have some nice stereo noise samples in the upcoming Patreon pack as well of this month. So there's going to be what is it? I think 16 stereo noise samples that all have the low frequencies sort of like either high passed or just shelved down a bit, so that you don't really need an extra filter. But when you use the noise, which is really good, because otherwise, for instance, if you're using Serum and you put the noise oscillator on, you most of the time want to high pass the noise, otherwise you're going to get some rumble as well layered with your bass. But maybe you're already using the filter on your oscillator, so you can't really high pass it. So I decided to make just a whole bunch of stereo noise files that are already kind of high passed or low shelved, so that they kind of have less low frequencies. That snare is garbage. It is. Yeah, absolutely garbage. Let's put one in. Let's call this snare MIDI, or let's put one in. Let's put all of them in. Like I said, I can show you how to make it. It's pretty simple. I'm not going to design the whole snare from scratch, but I could just take like one of the transients of one of them and then just show you how I did the tails, because that's actually quite fun. You know what? I'll show you. I'll show you. Because it's actually quite fun. It's actually quite good to know how I did that. Let's just let's put that in a new group so that we can bring the level down a bit. I'll just grab one of those Vitae Lupus snare drums. Like, obviously, those are already really good, but that one doesn't really have a much of an acoustic, so like sound in the tail. So that one is good. I'm just gonna shorten this a bit because all we need. This sounds more like a nice sort of like synthesized snare already. And what we need is basically something like that. Now, this is what I would design from scratch in the synth, of course, but I don't really fancy doing that right now. This one is in the key of C, so I'm gonna pitch it down. One semitone. Make it nice and something like that. And now all we need basically is find an acoustic snare drum sample. So let's see if I have one. Drums. Probably somewhere in these old. Well, I think these are the ones that I actually used. These are some acoustic snare drums that I once processed a really long time ago. In my dubstep days. But you want something like that, right? With like a nice ring to it. Like that one. That one has a nice ring. Take that. Unwarp it. Okay. Let's pitch it up a bit. So we get more of that higher, sort of like metallic sound. Let's fade it a little bit like that. Play it with the other one. Okay. Let's shorten that one a little. And then we can play with this to get like the right amount. And then we need an EQ. Yeah, these are really old. I'm not even sure when I made these, but like years ago. And all I did is literally, it was just, if I remember correctly, it was literally just like something like a couple of freesound.org acoustic snare drum samples run through like, I guess some compression and a trash 2 or something like that. Something like that. And maybe some EQ boosting the fundamental and that kind of stuff. Just take like a high pass. And you want to get rid of basically that first fundamental that we have here. So you want to do something like that. So we only have the resonance. Maybe boost it a little bit as well. Okay, now the fun part comes. Let's take a frequency shifter. Welcome, Krala. Welcome. Thanks for that. Yeah, so take a frequency shifter. And now we're gonna mess with that. Kind of like that one. And then we want to EQ the two as well. Can just maybe take out a little bit around here, where the resonance is, around 1K. And that's how I would do these sort of like acoustic kind of till snares. You can see it here as well. That loud resonance here. And from here, I would just take, you know, some transient shaping or something to make them even tighter. And I did that for the other ones as well. Like all those ones were made in this way, but I kind of just made the fundamental and the noise with Serum, I think it was. And then I just did the acoustic layer with a sample, just like I'm doing right now. Maybe boost the attack a little bit and then take the sustain down. And then we can probably get away with a little bit of a boost in the high end. And that way, you have some pretty nice snares right away. But like I said, I'll put those in the Patreon pack because they're actually quite nice. And I might actually make a few more because the ones that I made all sound quite similar. I'm gonna just take this and I'm gonna grab all those snare drums that I made. You can hear the tail is a little bit higher pitched in that one that I made. Now I can put them all in here. That puts it into Simplers. I don't like Simpler because Simpler changes the sound. You might not know that, but Simpler changes the sound. Now I can switch it around for a sampler, which we can tell not to change the sound, but I can change that for all of them at once, which is annoying. See, it's this right here, this interpolation thing. If you set it to no interpolation, it's really not going to alter the sample in any way, especially when you pitch it, so when you transpose the sample. If you have it set to normal interpolation and you transpose the sample 1 or 2 semitones down or up, you're going to get a boost in volume. And that happens with Simpler always. You can't really control it, so I don't really like Simpler for that. But I think I'm just going to use that first one. So let's just grab that one and put it in here. We can easily swap it around for different ones. And let's switch this to a sampler. Turn snapping off. Make sure it's all good like that. We don't need any velocity. Let's set this to a 0. Let's turn off the filter, because if we have the filter enabled and key tracking is up all the way, it's also going to affect the sample. It's going to roll off some of the high frequencies, which we don't want. So let's just turn the filter off completely. Attack all the way down. That's all good. Yeah, we're good to go. So I can just grab this MIDI clip right here. That's playing a C3. Yeah, that's playing a C3. So that's just going to trigger the sample the way it is. We can get started with some drums. The head is just a loop, by the way, that I chucked in. I'm not sure if we're going to keep that one, but we'll see. I might actually throw that kick drum patch in the pack as well. It's a patch made with Serum. No post-processing, if I'm correct. No post-processing. This is just straight out of Serum. It's a really nice kick drum. And it's a pretty simple patch as well. Only 3 envelopes, and that's basically creating the entire kick drum. But I'll make like a proper one where you can actually control everything with macros, and then I'll put that in the pack, I think. I'm feeling the first bass. Like, if we're just gonna go back to this real quick, and that sketch with the saw wave, so that you can hear what we had there. And I have to back the volume down a bit as well, because they're going to be clipping and clashing with each other otherwise. I mean, it's a fucking saw wave, so who the fuck cares, but... I'm thinking the first bass sound... So we're going to have 2 bass sounds. This one and that one. This one is probably going to be a very plucky, maybe quite low past bass sound. Maybe a wump kind of thing. I wanted to have some change over the notes though, because some of the notes are really short. So I think we could maybe play around with creating a bass sound that has like a sort of like a pluck shape, but then automate the decay time so that on the short notes, the decay time is shorter as well. And then on the long notes, maybe longer. Maybe we can even play around with having like a longer attack on one of them. Maybe bring in an extra note here with a longer attack or something like that. We can play around with all kinds of stuff. Thinking maybe an extra bass hit on the first note here, on the first kick, before when the other ones come in, but we'll see how that goes. You ever considered to make a drill beat? No. No. I can't say I have. Okay, let's just grab this MIDI. And it's the same pattern in all of these sections. Now, as you can see, we're also going to have some gaps in the bass line. We're not just going to have bass the entire duration of the drop. It's not like most of the time when I make bass lines, when I try and write a drop, I always try and fill as much of the space as possible. And I started thinking, especially when I listen to a couple of drum and bass tracks, or like I've been making a new playlist on my YouTube channel where I basically have all kinds of drum and bass tracks that I like listening to, that I like the sound of, tracks that I would pick as maybe reference tracks, stuff like that. Just generally speaking, drum and bass tracks that I like. And I've been putting them all into a YouTube playlist and syncing that to a Spotify playlist as well. And I've also put that playlist into the radio channel in my Discord server, which, by the way, I'm also going to be releasing some new channels in the Discord very soon, which are going to completely explain how you guys can control the music bot in the radio channel yourself, because every now and then I see people joining the radio channel while the bot is not playing any music, and they're just sitting there just doing nothing. And I'm like, okay. I put the instructions in the channel already, but in the pinned messages, but I don't think people are finding that. So I'm like, okay, we'll make an actual instructions channel where you can find out all the commands for the radio channel, how you can, start the radio, how you can skip to the next track, all of that. And I'm going to be putting up a channel there as well, which is going to be for submissions, because I would love to have your guys' track in that playlist as well. And it would be great to have that music bot just play music and every now and then play tracks from people in the Discord. So if your track is on YouTube, then you could submit it in that channel soon. It's not there yet because I'm still setting that channel up, but I think that would be fun to do. Here, I thought you were going. I think so many tracks unrelated. I don't know. I think we have maybe another spammer, just like the last couple of weeks. But it's good though. It's good. It's good. Every interaction helps. So keep it up, mate. So yeah, I'm thinking what kind of bass sound we're gonna do for that first one. Like I said, I think something plucky would be good. Just gonna set up a really simple patch first that has that sort of like movement. Let's just do that. Let's take another LFO for that one. We can have that one sort of closed down all the way. Nothing says happy birthday quite like some trolls. Absolutely, man. Hey, I mean, I don't care, but at the end, I'm the one who has the control here. So when I'm done with it, it's just one click of a button, and it's gone anyway. So I don't really care. Let's let's just put on some distortion. That's also where that volume movement is gonna come in handy, because then the first part of the bass is sort of driven into the distortion more than the rest of the sound. So the first part should sound a little bit more distorted, and that hopefully makes the bass sound nice. It also changes a little bit of the, I guess, the tone and the texture in the bass over time. Now, obviously, the transition here is absolutely shit, but that's gonna come later. Okay, let's loop this. Let's grab that one, put it in front of the distortion. And now let's start messing with the oscillators here. I already imagined there an additional trumpet synth. We'll see. Yo, what was that? It literally felt like there was a spider in my headphone. Like something, whatever, it probably was a hair or something. It felt like, when I moved my head, it felt like something was dangling against my ear. I guess it was a hair. Okay, so we get some clicks happening. That's probably coming from here. Let's boost that a little bit. Bring that down a bit so we get sub again. Yeah, tube it is. Let's see. Oh yeah, wait. We have the mix down, so we're gonna use a separate filter. Yeah, +3 is nice, but I think it's not gonna be what I want. Like, 4 is also really cool. By the way. You can even put this one in between here. But that's not the type of sound that I want it to be more lower. That sounds like shit. One moment. What did we do? Yeah, let's see. We need a different type of sound. We can start with sine waves. Just, that might be better, actually. Let's do that. That's definitely going to be better. Do this. Create like a point here. So we have this one to kind of change the length of the subhit in volume. So on the short, so like step sound, we can maybe make this shorter. Well, we don't really have to. If we just add like a little bit of release, it should play this and then just close it down. Yeah, on the shorter note, so that works. We can just do that. And then we do need some kind of harmonics on top of it. Yeah, okay, that's better than what we had before as a starting point. And then the other one, let's just grab another track real quick. Which notes were that? I can just grab the MIDI, of course. It comes in a little bit weird. Whatever. See what we have in these patches that we made last week. Quite loud. What do we have that we can use? Oh, that one is weird. Yeah, they were made mostly to just play a single note, I think. Yeah, as soon as I start playing other notes, it starts to sound weird. Because that's the pitch movement in the patch. See that one as well. It's a pretty weird patch, actually. Yeah, okay. We're gonna figure that one out. I have to think real quick. Yeah, I'm thinking real quick about the intro sort of like thing, what we can do. And thanks for all of the birthday messages, by the way. I'm getting lost a little bit, not looking at the chat, but that's fine, I think. Are you the dude with the tutorials on YouTube? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe I am. Do I look like it? I'll be back in just a bit with the camera, by the way. I'm thinking about what we can do for like an intro theme. And we need to make some good bases, that's too as well. I have a whole bunch of good bases, but I can't show them. I made those earlier this week and I would love to use them, but sadly I cannot use them yet. So, we'll see. We'll see if we can come up with something else. We'll force something in just a bit. Ooh! That's harmonic minor. Or no, it's not. Ooh, what was I playing there? Ooh. It's cool. It's not harmonic minor. Because harmonic minor, we would get that on. See? That's E harmonic minor. That actually sounds pretty fucking nice as well. Let's see. Ooh. I'm playing that A sharp every now and then, but that's not the harmonic minor. What is that? Is that double harmonic minor? No, I don't think it is. Well, let's now I want to know. Now I want to know. So I'll show you real quick. Music. The exciting universe of music theory. There we go. Let's make it so it's not hidden behind the chat. Okay, let's see. We want the skill finder. The amazing skill finder. By the way, if you want to find this, ianring.com/music theory. Amazing tools for music theory. E minor harmonic. Yeah, that is what I was playing first. That is this. That's E harmonic minor going down. But I was including that A sharp, which is instead of A. Then we get 3 semitones in a row. We get C, B, and A sharp. We get that chromatic thing, which I'm wondering what that is. So, if we start on E, That's the root. Then we have 2 or F sharp. So then we have 2 semitones and then that one. That one? That one, that one. And then that one. Yeah, it's double harmonic minor. Yeah, it's double harmonic minor. Or that if you're from a different part of the world. Okay. That's nice too. Double harmonic. Yeah, harmonic minor in general is really good. Oh. Then that D sharp, that's just if we're in E, of course. That D sharp just adds so much tension underneath that root. That side is awesome. It is, absolutely. There's so much information. Some of it actually goes way beyond my knowledge. It's like, he has like, on the pages of the actual skills, in fact, the dude made videos for every single skill that's on the website, and there's like thousands, basically. He basically made every possible combination, even the ones that are not even named yet, so that don't exist technically, but you can make them if you want. For instance, like you can take, you know, a scale of 6 notes, for instance, and just do 6 semitones in a row, and then all the rest of the notes is just one gigantic huge jump to the next octave. You can do that. Thanks, Vensta. Thanks a lot. You're the first one today, actually, with the donations. Thanks a lot for that. If anybody of you who's watching right now wants to help me out as well, you can donate using the link in the chat right now. Let's see. Yeah, so that side, some of the information is like, goes into like the pure mathematics behind the skill and shit like that, which some of that stuff goes way beyond what I understand. Like he comes up with formulas to what is it? He even has like for every skill, he also came up with something that he calls, Ian in this case. I think Ian is a film composer and video game composer. And for every skill, he came up with this other thing, which is the anti-skill. So basically, if you have a skill, your skill is made up out of notes, right? But the notes that you're not using in that skill, that's the anti-skill of that skill, which is kind of interesting. And he also has those all written out, so it also tells you what that would be. And there's some really interesting stuff in that whole website. So yeah, but the whole amazing thing is that he just is doing videos for every single one of the skills on the website, and every video is just literally just the same. It's just, this is the skill, these are the notes, this is what it sounds like on a piano, and this is some information, and that's it. Next one, bum. But he literally has thousands of those videos. It's like, holy shit, the effort. But it's really helpful though. It's definitely helpful. I was using the other website a lot as well. If I wanted to find out what I was doing, so like when I came up with something and I would want to figure out what I was doing, I was using that other website a lot, but that one doesn't have all of the skills. And this website basically has pretty much every possible skill option that you can think of. So yeah, it's really easy to just find it out. You just have to kind of figure out what that circle is. But if you understand that the top circle in that whole thing is the top dot is like your root node, and then you go clockwise around that thing to kind of make your skill. And they're basically just all semitones, of course, so it's just steps in semitones.
this way better.
I guess that's better, yeah. Thanks. Thanks for another €5, man. I wonder what anti-skills for micro-tuning would be like. Yeah, exactly. No, it's just like, I wonder what he's gonna do if he's actually covered all of the individual skills, because he still hasn't done videos for all of the skills, I think. So he's sort of like in the process of doing that, but he's basically gone through, I'm not even sure how many videos there's on his channel, but it's like 1,600, if not more. And they're all the same. It's literally all just the exact same format, just going over every skill. But yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. But that whole thing about anti-skills is actually quite interesting as well. And there's a whole bunch more stuff. He has a whole bunch of blog posts about interesting concepts like that. And he comes up with interesting things. So it's always fun to play around with it. I kind of wonder what it would, sound like to write a tune in one of those anti-skills, because sometimes you get like really strange combinations, depending on the other skill, of course. But yeah, what a madman! Absolutely, exactly. That was my thought as well. Like, I'll show you real quick. Yeah, we can go here, but there's like underneath articles, you've got like the study of skills, which is, he basically just goes over how to think mathematically about skills, which is, some of this information goes really fucking deep. Much deeper than you would actually normally think about a skill, I guess. He goes about the prime form and whatever he's talking about. And look, we are only what is that? A 10th down the page at this point. Oh, these are just all the examples of things. Holy shit. But that's just one of the articles. Here, this is the anti-skills thing. So there's a whole thing about that as well. You want to read that? And there's also, of course, a relationship between the skills and those anti-skills, or whatever he calls them. But then you have all...
More?
More? Thanks. Thanks to... who was that? Rolf, I think. Why is it not showing? Oh, there it is. There it is. It's finally showing up in my chat. Rolf, thanks for the €5 as well. Yeah, you can, like if you have a skill, like if you think of a skill, let's say regular miner, Aeolian, yeah. So now the anti-skill is this. See, so it only has 5 nodes. And we can figure out what that is called. But it doesn't have a root. See, it doesn't have a name. But it does bring up a page. So, that's what I mean. Skill number 2642. Yo, this isn't a skill because it has no root tone. How did you end up here? Ah. Well, Ian, I ended up there because of your theory about anti-skills. But there is actually already a page. See, this is one of the ones that he hasn't done yet. But, like I said, all of those pages will have just something like this. And you'll get just...
Welcome to the exciting unit. It represents a power of miner.
It's literally just 10, 12 minutes of
comes in 2 different
all information that is written on the page as well, but then shorter, I guess, with a crappy voice. But I'll have to look past that because the information is really, really deep and really good. What is this about? Oh yeah, he'll of course also give you the triads and all of that, the different modes.
Just because I can and am thankful for all the lessons you taught me M8.
Thanks, Rolf, for the another €5, and that's really welcome. But yeah, like here, you got all the modes of that skill and all of that, so it's really nice. Is that the nearby skills? But there's so much information. He's probably generating those videos with a script or something. It has to be, because it's also a computer-generated voice. So he's probably just generating them or automating this process. If not, then this man is an absolute mad lad. I mean, holy hell, who would have the time for that? I mean, if that's what he's really not doing, if he's really just making them one by one, then I imagine him not really having much time to compose anymore. Wonder what skill you would have if you add the initial tonic key to the anti-skill. Huh, that's a good one. That's a good one. We're gonna try it again. So then we get this, and that. What was it again? Aeolian is that, right? Yeah. So we get this one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, like that. Then we get this, the Raga Hamsanandi, which looks like he made a page about that. Yeah, that's what I mean. Skill 2643. This is, I think, some kind of an Indian skill or something like that, judging from the name. Ragamuffin. No, but like there's plenty of skills. Oh wait. Oh, no message? You just hit 10 euros. You're just trying to be on top. Well, thanks a lot for that one. Either Indian or Jamaican. No, it's probably Indian. I think all the skills in India, or a lot of them, have this start of the name, Raga something. But it's really interesting, though. Wonder what this would sound like. I don't know the notes right away. Start on E. We get that around the root. Kind of cool. Yeah, there's so much weird information like that, and sometimes can be really fun to play around with a skill that's so out of your comfort zone. You know, just use something that you normally never use, especially when you get stuck. You know, when you get stuck and you really have no idea what to write, just do something like that. Take some weird skill that you would never use and just see what you can come up with. Sometimes it absolutely sounds like crap, but sometimes you'll find something that makes you go, hey, that's interesting, just like what I just had with that. Oh. I think, wasn't I also doing that for the in this idea? Let's see. E, That's just going up. This one, E. Yeah, E to D sharp. So I was already thinking about going harmonic minor. Because this sketch thing, this one, that's harmonic minor. Combined with the other notes, so... Sorry, bit of topic, but do you know why I'm always getting artifacts in OTT inside Serum? Because it slams the hell out of any sound that you run through it, basically. You really have to make quite a long release time to not get any clicks in a lot of cases. It really depends on the sound. The lower pitch the sound, the higher the chance it's going to click, because the oscillation of the waveform is slower. And what it really is, it's just the release of the sound closing down so quick that it creates a click with the multiband compressor. That's what it's doing. And if you just increase the release time and sometimes the attack as well, then you can get rid of it. But sometimes that also, you know, completely takes away how punchy the sound sounds. So sometimes you just have to, you know, bounce it to audio and edit the click out. Simple as that. But it just in general, it clicks really quickly because it's such a heavy compression preset. It's just what it does, you know. It brings up any sound that is really quiet, and it makes that a lot louder. So the moment the release closes down and makes everything really quiet in an instant, which is most of the time if you're using a bass sound, for instance, and you want it to be, well, you basically want it to cut off as soon as you stop the note. You'll have a really short release time, right? And without the multiband compressor, you can kind of get away with it because it's not really that loud. There's still a click happening most of the time. It's just, it's not really audible, so who the hell cares? But the moment you put that multiband compressor on, it just tries bringing that up because that's what it's doing. You know, that's the whole purpose of that multiband compressor preset, to bring everything up. But if the release time then is really short, then it creates clicks. But yeah, it's quite annoying. It is quite annoying. Oh, what did I do? Well, that was the wrong thing. I generally tend to stay away from the multiband compressor unless I really need it. And if I use it, then most of the time it's in front of my distortion to kind of, I don't know. Most of the time it just gets better results if I do it that way. Well, if you're also getting it, yeah, I mean, if you're getting it with a really long release time as well, I mean, in general, generally speaking, like, especially if you start re-triggering the sound and the release of the previous note isn't done yet, you're going to get a click as well, because then you're going to get two overlapping sounds that are probably not perfectly aligned with each other, and that's probably going to give issues too. So that's why I really don't like that multiband compressor most of the time, because it can sound good, though. It can sound good for some sounds, but you really have to make it work, basically. And sometimes, you know, sometimes the clicks aren't even that big of a deal, if you get what I mean. Like, if you hear the clicks when you hear the sound in solo, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a problem in the mix. Sometimes the clicks there don't really sound that audible in the mix itself, but when you hear the sound by itself, you're gonna go like, hey, there's some clicks there. And of course, the best thing would do to remove them, but a lot of times you can get away with it, you know? You can just get away with having a few clicks here and there, especially if, depending on the track, of course. Like, if it's a pretty distorted or heavy track, then most of the time you can just get away with it. You don't really have to care too much. Unless it's really creating an issue. Like, let's say the click is layering, or the click is layering exactly with, I don't know, the transient of a kick drum or something, and it's really making the transient boost up or something, or it's destroying the transient, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, then it would be something I would definitely fix, but a lot of times you can really just get away with it. And sometimes exactly. Sometimes clicks can even help. You know, it can even make something. It's just another little bit of distortion. So sometimes it can be good. Really depends on the track, though. I mean, OTT always ruins the phase, so there's just no other way around it. That's just what it does. That's my also thing why I don't really like using OTT, because there's so many ways how I can do a similar thing without getting that insane shift in phase. So, and that's also why I said I do it. If I use it, I usually use it in front of the distortion that is really making the sound gritty and heavy. Because if you use it after it, it's going to shift all of the nice sort of like distorted waves, and it's going to shift that all around. It's not going to match up anymore. And that is inevitably going to sound quieter or less gritty when you limit it afterwards. So, but if you do it before this distortion, then you can most of the time get away with it, because then the phase shift is just changing the tone a little bit, and then it's distorted afterwards. So, but yeah, I mean, OTT in general just messes with the phase really bad. Well, not bad. It can be bad. I should say it can be bad, because I'm getting so many comments. I actually came across a Reddit thread earlier this week. The thread was actually posted 7 months ago. I wish I had seen it earlier. It was an EDM production Reddit, and it was somebody like, well, Fox Stevenson did the stream where he talked about OTT and why he doesn't like it. And he basically said the exact same thing that I had been saying in some of my streams. And I was like, yeah. And he just elaborated a little bit more on it, on why that mattered for him. And I was like, oh, let's make another video, because a lot of people in the comments of that Soul State video, which basically did a highlight of what he said on stream, a lot of people just started attacking Fox for like, oh, that's not how you use OTT, or that's not how you, everybody knows you don't use OTT at 100%, or stuff like that, you know? And I was like, well, that isn't even the fucking point of what he was saying. And I was just like, I made my video, of course. And in the comments there, people said the same thing. I remember that. But I found that Reddit post, and there was a guy who was like, especially when Artifacts made that video, everybody seems to be now suddenly demonizing OTT and blah, 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 blah. And he was really just saying it on a demeaning tone as well. I was like, holy shit, I wished I found this thread earlier. But so many people responded on it. And again, everybody was talking about the one thing. Well, you just need to mix it in at like 10%. But I'm going to say it, I'm going to explain it one time now, why that is completely irrelevant. The mix or amount knob, because it's not a dry wet, of course, it's an amount in OTT. It controls the ratio of the compression. So when you bring the amount down, you get less heavy compression. That amount knob is completely irrelevant to the discussion about phase, because that amount knob does no difference to what OTT does to the phase. So why is that? Well, OTT is, of course, multi-band, right? So it has 3 bands, frequency bands, and those bands are created with filters. 24 decibels per octave, low-pass and high-pass filters, to be precise, with a Q value of 0.707, if I'm correct. And what they do is they create the bands of the incoming audio. So the audio comes in, it's split up into 3 channels. The lowest channel gets low-passed. The highest channel gets high-passed at the same frequency as what the lowest channel is being low-passed at, and then it gets low-passed again at a higher frequency, and then you have the third band, which is being high-passed at the same frequency as what that one is low-passed at, the middle band. So you get 3 bands, and then the compression is applied on top of those bands. So the phase shift is created by the filtering. The phase shift is created by those filters that are making the bands, and the compression, which the amount knob is obviously connected to. The amount knob is not connected to anything that controls the bends itself. It's only connected to the compression, to the ratios of the compressor, to the ratios of the compressor. So when you bring that amount down, the phase shift isn't changing. It's just changing what the compressors do, how heavy those are. So even if you have it at 0% and you're not using the compression at all, it's still doing the phase change. So that is why at some moments that will not be that, you know, that advisable to do. And again, in that thread, everybody just went like, oh, well, if it sounds good, then that's all that matters. And it's like, yeah, but I never said that it's not a good plugin. It's like, you use the plugin. I see people a lot of times using it as a mixing tool, and that's what I also said in my video. Like, I don't see OTT as a mixing tool, and the reason for that is because it messes with the face so much. I saw one. Which video was that? It was the deadmau5 masterclass. In that masterclass, he had an example of a track, and I mean, again, he made it work, and it still sounded fine. But we could argue that theoretically the track could have sounded bigger or louder or even cleaner if he hadn't used OTT on his master track. Because he put OTT on the master track with, I think, 4% amount or something like that. And he was like, yeah, it just fattens everything up. Yes, but it also completely screws the face of everything in your track. And if you've been working on your track for, like, I don't know, a day, maybe you're a quick producer, maybe you're not, maybe you've worked on it for months, you've done a mixdown for 2 weeks, I don't know, and then you're getting to the mastering point and you whack an OTT on the master and it screws with everything in that, every bit of phase in your track, and it just shifts everything around. And in that video that I did, you can also see how it shifts it around and why it's gonna be a problem when you then limit it afterwards, which you're probably gonna do. And just, I don't know, in that thread, people just went on about it, and just, again, people just kept going on about the whole thing that you don't use it at 100%, or They found this thing in my video that I dragged in a stock, just default multiband dynamics, and they were like, he wasn't even using OTT. No, because I was demonstrating that even the default multiband dynamics preset that doesn't do any compression by default is doing the exact same phase shift as the OTT preset. And they were spinning it around in a way where, like, oh, he doesn't even use the OTT. Like, how stupid is he? And I was like, what? So, yeah, I really wished I came across that thread earlier, because holy shit, that was fun to read. Sorry for the rant, but... Yeah, it's great for sound design. Exactly. It's great for sound design. That's what it's for. That's what it's good for. But as soon as you start mixing, there's so many better ways of doing the raise and high frequencies than using OTT. Or they were using the other argument. Well, if he cares about phase so much, then I wonder if he even knows what an EQ is, because that messes with the phase as well. No shit, Sherlock. But it's quite a difference if you're doing a bell curve boost or a bell curve cut, or using a low or a high shelf during the mixing stage, or if you're doing a full-on high pass or low pass. Like, a high pass and a low pass messes with the phase so much more than a shelf or a bell curve does. So, like, that's completely different. And they were just spinning it around like that. Does he use linear phase EQ for everything then? No, because like, the whole point of my video was also that I'm not saying that OTT is a plugin you should never use or is bad per se. It's just something that can be useful, but it's always going to be good if you're aware of the side effects that come with it that could lead to issues, right? You want to know that stuff to at least maybe work around it, or when something starts sounding bad when you use OTT, then you might know why that is. So that's what the whole video was about, right? Explaining why that phase shift can be a problem. Not that it is a problem, or that it's always a problem, but it can be a problem, depending on when you use it. People on Reddit obviously know more than professional music producers. I mean, it was just absolutely laughable, honestly. The amount of people that just, I guess, just looked at the first 2 minutes of the video and just immediately started typing their response on Reddit is absolutely laughable. Because if any of those people would have watched the entire video, they would have known that pretty much all the arguments that they used, I actually covered in the video and actually explained that that's not how it is. So I was like, okay. Or maybe they've just seen the title, I don't know. Something like that. I mean, I can blame them. Title was a little bit clickbait, but I had to, of course. I mean, that's just me playing the YouTube game, right? You can't hate the player for playing the game. Okay, we need to make some good bass. But before we do that, let's do something with the harmonic minor thing, I guess. Oh wait, let me... Should I go for something simple and then just bring that harmonic minor in towards the end or something? Let's start with some kind of E note because that's what the track is in. Narrow. Oh, publicity is good publicity. Yeah, I mean, now I know where all those viewers suddenly came from when the video had been posted. I think it was like a couple of weeks after the video was posted, then suddenly there was a spike in views. Now I know where they came from. I mean, I should have just checked my YouTube analytics. I'm not even sure if they still show you the exact page though. Like, back in the day, you could actually see the link from where a lot of viewers were coming from. You could click on like viewer sources or something like that, or in your analytics, and then you could click on like reddit.com if that was part of the whole websites where people were coming from, and then you would get like a list of all the individual pages on that website where your video was linked. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think these days they just show you like this many viewers came from Reddit, this many views came from there. But back in the day you could actually see it, so... Yo, why are you not? What is that then? Oh, expression. Ah. They're being fancy. They're using the expression wheel, which I don't have, of course. Where is that? Expression controller. Ah. Yeah. No, this is the Spitfire Originals Epic Strings, which is a separate plugin that you can buy. It's actually really cheap. It was like, what was it, like 29 euros or something like that, if I'm correct. And it has like a couple of string sounds, basically. Short, pizzicato, a couple of more. There's not that many patches, of course. And then there's also the other one, which I decided to get, which is the Originals Intimate Strings, which is this one, which has the, what is that, the flautando ones. It's quite nice. These sound pretty nice, so I decided to get those. I like the sound of them quite a lot. Ooh. Supersonic. Yeah, totally. That one is just the whole vibe of that track, Supersonic. Of what is it? I think that's what they're doing. Sounds a lot like it. Really nice harmony though. Like, they just sound really good. This one in particular. Even though it's pretty quiet, that's the nature of that instrument. They're just playing really quietly, but if you boost that up, it has like a more airy sound, which for like intros is so good. Not sure if this pattern is gonna work for us though. Yeah, definitely for liquid, they're gonna be really good. But already, like without it, it already sounds a lot more empty. So let's see what we can find that is gonna work for us. So let's see, we in the drop, the bass, what was that bass idea doing? It was doing... Okay, it's doing E, and then it's doing G to F sharp. So let's see if we can replicate that in the intro. Because if we're going to do that in the drop, it would probably be wise to introduce that pattern in the intro on strings or on pads or something like that. So it's kind of doing this, and then it's doing... That's going to be the last one, I think. Yeah, that's going to be nice for the intro. Maybe not even do that one. Automate that one a little bit. could maybe bring some kind of a synth thing in here, like a plucky thing. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe same pattern as what the bass is doing as well. Like that. Mm-mm. Gonna automate that. We can play around with this as well. It's not gonna work because we're doing octaves, of course. What's that granular engine called you used? That was the one in Pigments. I'll start doing more content about Pigments soon, by the way. I'm planning out a whole bunch of stuff and videos about it because it's so good of a synth. Honestly, it's really good. I'm not gonna do too much of it on stream right now. Actually, I'm not even gonna do that on stream. I'm just gonna wait with that for the videos because there's so much stuff you can do with it, and I hear almost nobody talk about that plugin. Well, there's videos about it, of course, but like almost never do I see people using that synth, and it's such a powerful synth. So yeah, keep your eye out for that though. Like, we can do some fun stuff. Like, we can take, for instance, this velocity thing and connect that to this thing right here. So it controls the velocity now controls the curve of this thing. So we can use the velocities in here to change. Hear how I'm getting clicks as well now? Clicks gone. But the sound is shit. Oh, that's weird. Thanks, Greedo, for the €9.99. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think we might need, if we're gonna do that intro pad thing, we're probably gonna need, how do you say it? An extra section in between the drop and the intro. We can definitely do. But I guess I want to focus on the drop first, and then we'll figure out what that's gonna do. So the drop, yeah, we need a good bass sound for that pattern. Let's initialize this one because that one sounds like shit. That's that one. We need to work on the drop first. Oh, let's mute that one. Yeah, that sounds like shit too. What kind of a bass sound should we do for this one? Needs to be a pretty stabby bass sound, I think. What is the best place to donate? You told me this before, but I can't remember. Well, the best way would, I guess, be Streamlabs. Because otherwise, if you use the YouTube Super Chat, then YouTube always takes that cut as well, which is like what? YouTube takes a big cut. It's like 45% or something, if I'm correct. Which, at least that used to be always the case, something like that. 40% or something like that. I'm not sure if that's the same for Super Chat, so... That's for like ad revenue. They take a huge amount for ad revenue, which is insane. But the Streamlabs will be good, or Patreon, of course. Patreon.com/artifacts, and you'll actually get a whole bunch of rewards in return for supporting me, like samples and stuff like that. Yeah, so we need a bass for here. We're gonna just focus on making a bass. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna quickly turn off my mic and turn on my speakers, and you guys can just see the entire screen and just see me work on this bass sound, and I'll be back when I found something. Cool? Unless you guys suddenly ask me something in the chat, then I'll be back and I'll try and answer it real quick, but I'll try and come up with a bass real quick, and then I'll see you guys after that again. I need to focus. We still have so much time left. I can keep going until I want. I can go deep into the night if I want to. I just have to be quiet at some point a little bit, but that's fine. That's why I also want to at least get a little start going before that time. Yeah, so let's go. Let's put the intro on so I can listen to that real quick on my speakers. Then see if I can come up with a bass. I'll sign up tomorrow, no lies. Well, that would be great, man. That would be great. Like, my Patreon, luckily, has been increasing in the past month, so thanks for that, all of you. But yeah, like I said, I'm since the past few months, we now have 2 packs online. I've started doing a monthly sample pack. This month, like I said before, we're gonna have snare drum samples, like that. Ones like that. And there's going to be stereo noise files for like in Serum and all of that, which are really nice as well. So you can just drop them into Serum. You don't need an extra filter because they're already EQ'd so that they don't have any low frequencies that are going to clash with your patches. So you can just drop them in and don't need a filter. You just drop them in, put a volume envelope on it or whatever you want to do. And it's also immediately stereo. So what I did is I just took like noise, either synths that could produce stereo noise, or I took synths that produce mono noise, like Serum does. The default noises in Serum are all mono, except for the inharmonic noises. I took just those and just added like some Haas effect, basically, because it's noise. It's random. You can do a Haas effect between the left and right channel, and it's still going to be perfect noise. And I just made sure that they looped correctly so that you can drop them into a synth. And I'm not sure what else there's going to be. Oh yeah, a couple of patches, a couple of Serum patches. One to make a kick drum, the kick drum that I have here. Not sure why I did that. That patch. But yeah, that'll be fun. Well, I'll gather some more stuff because I'll probably have some more stuff that I made throughout the month. And I'll gather just everything that I can find from the past few weeks and just put it in the pack. So. Not sure what next month's gonna be though. We'll see. Next month is December. That's the last one of the year. We'll see what I'll do for that one. Anyways, I'll see you in just a bit. I'm gonna try and make a bass. You should check out Duck Buddy from Slink. I mean, I know. Do I have it here? I have it here, but I don't have... Or do I? Oh, here. Not sure if I'm... Yeah, here. Multiband version, mate. I made a multiband version. I haven't posted a new... Fuck, I haven't posted a new Ableton Rack yet. Forgot that. Forgot all about that. Should still do that as well. I don't know. It for me, especially when I'm just producing, for me, just a regular compressor still does the job. When I get into the actual final mixdowns of a track, I'll probably most of the time just get rid of all the sidechain compressors that are actually doing that, like on the groups, and then just start thinking about listening to the entire track and then start thinking about, okay, do I really need to take all of the bass line out, or do I just need to take out the low end, for instance, or do I just need to take out something else? And depending on that, and depending on what I want to do, I might not even use like that multiband Duck Buddy rack. I might just use something like Pro Q in linear phase mode. Especially when I get to the point of the final mixdown, use like something that fucks with the phase less, so I preserve more of the sound, and then use that with a sidechain input, for instance. Did you save? I did now, though. I did now. Ramon always coming in. Anyways, we're making a bass. I'm liking the harmonic in this bass. It's pretty quiet, pretty low passed. But that is also what I was saying in the beginning. It just needs like some top layer and some distortion, maybe. So, really quickly as well, here you have the noises that I've made for Serum. Those will be in the upcoming Patreon pack. So these are just stereo noise files, and I'll show you right now that they kind of all work. They're all sort of like same for these ones. These inharmonic ones are basically made from the inharmonic noise files that are by default in Serum, but I basically just removed some of the low end from them so that you don't have to worry about needing another filter, which most of the time you don't have. Like right now, I'm using this filter already, so I cannot use another high pass filter on these noises to make that work inside of one patch. I need a secondary Serum. So now I did this, I took the low end out of them, and that way they should already work. Do you prefer to use your own OTT modification or just a regular one? Depends on what I'm doing. Depends on what I'm doing. The one that I have made is more phase accurate, but also has its own issues. So it really depends on what I'm doing and what I'm going for. If I want to preserve the phase, then I would use my one. If I don't want to preserve the phase, then I would use the regular one. Just as simple as that. The one that I made is definitely more suitable for mixing stuff. Like if you're doing the final mixdown, or you just are doing mixing stuff in general, because it preserves the phase better. And that's just the only difference. But like I said, it also has its own issues, so it's also not perfect. Let me turn the mic back off because otherwise you're going to hear that.
Happy birthday Art FX. Thank you for all of your content. It has helped me out a lot.
Thanks for that one, Luca Francis, for the €4. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. Thank you. So is it preferable to use regular OTT for sound design and phase accurate for mixdown? I guess, yeah. But most of the time I wouldn't use OTT for mixdown at all. Like, there's so many other ways of doing the same kind of similar thing and achieving that high-end boost without doing the phase shift, so why would you need that? That's my opinion, at least. Like, just learn how to do it in different ways. You know, you can saturate the high frequencies. You can, especially if you have something like Saturn, Saturn in linear phase mode, for instance, or whatever it's called in Saturn. You can get so much high frequencies out of it as well in a similar way, just using saturation instead of compression. You can use a different multiband compressor, you know, one that allows you to be more phase accurate, like Pro MB, or to stay with the FabFilter stuff, or just, you know, a different one. I think the Melda ones are also really good for doing that kind of stuff. The Melda multiband wave shaper, for instance, you can use that as well. You can shift the bands to like a more phase accurate mode, and that way you can do the same kind of thing. So there's plenty of ways of achieving that hyped high-end sound. That all can be done without getting the side effects that OTT has. So that's just my opinion. Like, if I'm getting to the point late on in the mixdown, late on in the production of a track, why would I want to mess with the phase so much that OTT does? You know, if you don't have to. Like, if it's early on in the sound design process, then sure. I mean, that phase shift is gonna mess with what the distortion does, for instance. That comes after it. So that's cool. It might actually just do really good stuff with that distortion because of that weird phase shift. But after you've already sort of like made your sounds and they're already sort of like starting to sound nice, then why would you mess it up with something like OTT? That's just my opinion, though, you know? Quick question: should I always avoid red lighting? It's actually called red lining, or is it okay on certain tracks? It really doesn't matter in the digital audio world when you're going above 0. It really doesn't matter because you're working in 32-bit floating point anyway. So clipping really doesn't matter much. The only thing what it might have some issues with, or what it might give you some different results with, if you're pushing things really loud. If you have, for instance, analog emulations of hardware plugins, do you hear me there? No, hardware instruments or effects, for instance, that might give you issues, because those rely on a specific input volume. So if it's like really loud pushing into it, it's always gonna sort of like immediately do a lot of things to your sound. But honestly, it really doesn't matter much when you're doing digital audio. What really matters is like the final output volume, basically. So to come back to, does it matter? Is it okay on certain tracks? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You can push this easily. Like, I have a limiter on my master, which is gonna make sure that everything going into it is gonna cut it off anyway. So that's just gonna help with that. Oh, and that might have bled through the mic. I'm sorry. No, it's not gonna be jump up, Slavo. It's not gonna be jump up. We have a different idea for the drop. The base of the intro, it's gonna follow a sketch pattern that I wrote that is gonna do this. Something like that. That was the little sketch that I wrote before the stream. But we're making a good bass sound for it first. I need to piss though. I need to piss. I'll put on the I'll just put this thing on. Fuck it, doesn't matter. Even though we don't have a full bass line yet. I'll mute these. So we'll have sort of like a response bass. It's just gonna be saw waves though, but we'll have a response bass. And I'll go take a piss real quick. Yeah, that's all fine. And I'll be back after that. See you guys in just a I think I'm gonna have a different pattern for the hats, to be quite honest. We could have these 8-note hats come in later, but what I'm thinking about is now I'm hearing it without that 8-note hat. It would be really fun to just have a 1/4 hat instead. So to really just have a very sparse hat pattern at first, so that we get that like almost like start-stop kind of feeling, because the bass hits exactly on the snare, and then it kind of hits right on that kick again as well. So we get like a full-on gap here. We might even take out one hat here as well, or replace it with some other kind of sound. And then we need to. This sound is starting to sound nice and fat, so we can kind of leave it like that and start working on the other sound that needs to come after it. And then start thinking about filling up the drums a bit, because the drums are going to have to do most of the work in this one, I think, because here we're going to have a massive gap, basically, with no bass. So, and I think that could totally work as well. We just need some, I guess, a vocal thing or something that is introduced in the intro, and that then sort of like maybe leads into the drop with some delay or something, fills up this gap. Maybe the vocal comes back here. I don't know, something like that. I have a question for you, if you don't mind. When do you follow convention versus feel like when arranging your track? It's what? I'm not entirely getting that, but most of the time what I'm trying to do, at least now, is thinking of what the arrangement is gonna do, and then I'm not really too concerned of making everything sound really good right off the bat. Like, I just need to capture the idea. That's what I want. I need to capture the idea and figure out a rough sort of like sound. It doesn't have to be perfect. You can come back to the sound later and tweak things and make it better. That's what you need to do, actually. Try and get the sound, at least the track, arranged as quickly as possible, or at least the first half. That's what I usually say, because the second half can be sort of like a variation on the first most of the time. So unless you're really going to do like a complete switch up in the second half, then maybe, or maybe you're doing a track with only one drop that has a really long intro and tells a really kind of like a story throughout. Yeah, you probably want to arrange that entirely first, and sort of like figure out what the melodies are going to do, or what the notes are going to do, or what the harmonies are going to do, and then you can figure out what the sound design can do later, you know? Or you can do it the other way around, of course. You can think about, okay, what kind of sound do I want the track to have, and then design sounds in that sound, and then start arranging with that. And even then, the sounds are not going to be perfect, of course, so that's probably the best way to do, is just do a sound design session, make some patches you think will work for the type of track you want to make, and then try and arrange that idea with those patches. But a lot of times it's just, you know, sometimes I'll even just try and arrange the thing out, or the idea out, with just saw waves, like I did here. It's literally just a saw wave patch, and I'm just concerned about what the note and the rhythm is going to do. And other than that, I don't really care too much at that point. It's just that's how I usually approach it, and like I said, I've been talking to some people recently about finishing tracks and stuff like that, but like people that I look up to, you know, not people like random people on the internet that I have been talking to for a couple of years. No, actually people that I know are like good artists that well, not now travel the world, but normally would travel the world and play shows everywhere, and that are known for really good productions. And just talking to them about stuff, and they've all given me basically all of them gave the same advice. Try and arrange the track out as quickly as you can, because you can always come back, you know. And when you have at least the rough structure there, you can listen to it in its entirety, which is also very important. Don't get stuck on working, and that's something I already did, by the way. It's just I don't get stuck on playing a single loop over and over and just trying to make that perfect. I always try and go back to the start of the track, for instance, and listen to it from the start and just feel how it comes in, because that's very important. But they all gave me the same advice. Just try and arrange that track quickly. Doesn't have to be good, doesn't have to be perfect. You just need to capture that idea. And then you can listen to it in its entirety, make a list. What do you want to change? What needs to be improved? What could be added? What could be removed? Stuff like that. And just write things down if you have to, you know. Maybe you can keep it as a memory. But like if you're like me, I just make a list. You know, I just write things down, and then I just work my way through that list. And that's something that I think will definitely help if you're struggling with finishing tracks. I'm trying to apply it at the moment, to be honest, because I've been given that advice a couple of weeks ago, and I had never thought about it that way. So it's a whole new kind of approach for me as well. But the last few weeks I've felt super productive, so it's a good sign. Not every day was like productive in making a track, but like I've been really productive just doing sound design and making a lot of patches. And like I made a whole bunch of patches that I know are going to be great. And the only thing is I just can't use them on stream right now. That's a different story, but I'll tell you guys about that later. Not today. But yeah, it's there's just going to be it's just yeah, you know, sometimes just spending a lot of time doing sound design can be really good as well. Just spending time making patches you think are going to be nice. Don't worry about the track. Just make patches, you know? And just save them all. And that's what I've definitely been doing a lot of recently. It really helps you learn your synth size as well. Just pick one synth, you know? Just pick one synth and say to yourself, I'm going to make 30 presets. Give a number, you know? Just take a number and just start making presets. And they don't all have to be good, but every preset you're going to learn something, you know? So yeah, that's something I have to do a lot more. Anyways, thanks, Subculture. Thanks. I'm gonna have to mute the mic again because I'm not working on my headphones. As you can see, I'm trying to make a bait.
ハッピー 56th バースデーアート FX。
Thanks, Drew. Thanks for the 5 great British pounds. Thanks a lot. And Asako, thanks for the happy birthday wishes. Nice call and response based thing going on. Yeah, this Reese is kind of like a placeholder. I'm just using it to kind of figure out the pitch and stuff like that. We can make a better Reese later, I think. Even though this one kind of sounds all right. I think it needs to be slightly different, especially when we're going to use it with the other type thing that I had as the idea, because I wanted it to be more rhythmic, but that's just a note that it's going to use. We can figure that out later. Yeah, I'm forever 21. You guys know that. I'm just turning 21 every year. That's what happens. I'm turning 21 every year. It's gonna stay like that. Rest of my life. No, I'm not stripping because you sent me money. It's just getting hot in here. Thanks for another Great British pound. Yeah, like I'm just gonna zone in a little bit and work on this because that's turning out all right. I wouldn't doubt you if you said you were 21. Yeah, that's what I get a lot. You know, a lot of people say that, so that's also why I always say that. You know, I'm fine with that. Fine with that. People always judge me younger, but I'm fine with that. If I'm 45 and I'm still like judged 32, hey, I'm winning in life. I know. Friends of mine will literally I didn't see for like a couple of years, and I see them now, and they're like, "Dude, you got old. Holy shit! You started getting all wrinkly and shit. You're all gray suddenly. Your beard is gray." And it's like, holy shit! I found a single gray hair in my beard earlier this month, and I freaked out. No, not really. I don't care, but yeah, whatever, you know. Anyways, let me zone in for a bit. Thanks, Drew. You're just gonna keep donating pounds now. I wanna produce a little bit, okay? But thanks anyway. It's really appreciate it. But I'm trying to make music now. Okay. I'll be back in just a bit though. Well, I just want to make this thing so like sketched out so that it starts sounding a little bit decent. You know, that's the main objective right now. So I'm gonna try. Do I also have to keep saying thanks every time, or can we just keep producing? Uh, no, I'm kidding, man. Thanks for the donations. It's highly appreciated, especially today on my birthday. Just a little bit of fun, you know. I mean, I like some banter every now and then. You were right about the sidechain triggers, by the way, Luca. I fixed it really quickly. We need some extra shuffle, though. We need some extra shuffle on the drum. Something really subtle that comes in this gap. So probably a little tick-tick in front of this kick drum right here. Maybe even a single hit. So what if I can find like a little... I'll grab my my headphones again now because we have something. I can work on my headphones and talk at the same time. I mean, what other way to do it than say goodbye that way, right? I know what it is. Every now and then, See, I already knew that you already made another donation, but sometimes my chat is super slow, and sometimes it's really quick. Like sometimes it actually have a good day as well. Sometimes it's actually night out here, by the way. It's almost midnight. It's 11:27. No, sometimes it's really slow, and it tells me like a couple of minutes after the donation has already come in my chat. Yo, that and that person donated. I'm like, oh yeah, thanks. I already know because we already had the notification. But sometimes it gives me it like a minute before the notification comes in. It's like, okay, whatever. You was in the zone, so I had to distract you. Ah. Thanks, mate. Thanks. Anyways, join my Discord. Link is in the chat, at the top of the chat. Join my Discord. Because I wanna get some more activity in the Discord again. It's been a bit quiet in the last few weeks, I think, because we had a couple of the really active members leave for some reason. It was just bullshitting anyway, but they left because one person couldn't obey the rules that we have, and the other persons, I guess, left with him for some weird reason. But it's been okay now, though, I have to say. Like a lot of the really shitty stuff that was being talked about back then is all gone. So it's now a lot of production talk, which is really good. So that's exactly what I wanted. Because the server is about music production, right? So that's good to have. It's now actually there's a lot more music production talk again, which is nice. Yeah, we need some kind of a shuffly thing there. I'll just see. What if we search for perk and then see in this loops folder, we have some. Preferably some kind of. Yeah, we could use that. Something like that. Ooh, that one might be good. Just take like a couple of those hits out of it. So make sure it's warped correctly, because it isn't right now. Drop in a couple of extra markers here. We can adjust them later. Let's make sure that we have at least enough markers for all of the individual hits, because you can see it hasn't found all of them. Some of them are also a little off, but that's fine. We can fix that later. I just need all of these as individual sort of like slices. That one is really late. Okay. One here. Luckily, they're all sort of like roughly 16, so it's just doing that. Don't think we need that one at the end. Let's see if this one works. Let's see if we can get some nice stuff out of that one. Yeah, like I was getting a bit fed up with all the fucking shit talking, all the shit posting the entire day, you know. Like even in the like even though we had that off-topic channel, which I now renamed to general, basically, because some of the people thought that off-topic means that you can just post whatever the hell you want, but we still have rules, you know. We still have simple rules in the Discord to keep it a little bit civilized, you know. Because we never know what kind of people join, and especially because people also come into the general channel. If people are posting like, I don't know, just fucking sexually tinted images all day and that kind of shit, it's gonna scare people away when they join, you know. It's just fucked up. I don't want it. Especially not if it's a music production service. So and I guess somebody didn't like that. He was like, I don't like it. Okay, well, goodbye then. You know, I don't care. Now it's all production stuff again, which is good. And even though it's been a bit quieter since then, it's I'm actually fine with that, you know, to be honest. I would rather have it be a little bit quieter, but actually talk about stuff that is going to be helpful to people, as opposed to talking about, you know, bullshit all day. Let's boost that up to 0, maybe, so it's a little bit louder. Okay. Let's see if we can use some of one of these hits somewhere. I don't think this break is going to be the good one, but we can try. Listen to the drums. Where is the bass gap? The gap is there. I might actually leave that hat in. And so right here, in front of the kick drum, would be somewhere around here. Right around here. Yeah, I think we can have a better break, but we do need something like that. Maybe if I search for top, then we're gonna get all kinds of top loops that I have in here, which probably have more percussion stuff as well. We need something like with a bit of ghost snares or something. Can also take a break, of course, but just like an actual drum break. That's probably gonna have ghost snares. That one might be really good, actually. I really like that shuffle part. In audio track. Slice to MIDI. Those basically.
Happy birthday 誕生日おめでとう。21 years old.
What did you say? Thanks, Asako, by the way. Asako Mori, thanks for the €5.93. I don't exactly know what you said there, but thanks a lot for that donation. He actually reads it up in Japanese if you type Japanese, so yeah. We need some noise in this drum pattern as well. Just some noise filling up the background a bit. So I'm just going to add a bit of noise right here. Something like that, with maybe a gap on that first kick. And then we can just do maybe a sidechain on it for now. Just giving it a bit of movement. Just to fill it up a bit, you know. Noise really works to fill up your track. You can even sort of like mask lazy mixing with it, which is quite fun. Actually, why don't we grab an telephoto? You wrote happy birthday in Japanese. Ah, okay. Yeah, see, my Japanese isn't that good. I know some stuff, but it's not that good. I can, well, I'm not sure if I still can, but I could at least sort of like know all the pronunciations of all the hiragana characters, which was already pretty big achievement for me. Something like that will definitely help fill out the background a bit for now. And we're probably gonna take it out as well in some sections. We need to use it creatively, like oh. Helps if you make it a little bit louder, so you can actually hear it. So you can hear what that pattern is doing. Yeah, you can play around with that, but I'm gonna make Hey. Yo, why you not going back to there? Why you're annoying? You should be resetting yourself. Do you really need a note there? You don't need a note there, right? Well, I guess we do. Then we're just gonna do it in a different way. Then we'll just do it like that. What? Are you getting it? Is it because this loop is doing that? Really? Home? Okay. Weird reverb. Dude, I'm bringing the mix of the reverb down. Why am I hearing the reverb extend here? That makes no sense. That really makes no sense. How? Are you getting it? Because I don't. This is so weird. What if I do this? It also extends, okay. But if we use this, it stops. Then why is it not stopping if I do that with a macro? What? Dude, it's literally just automating this. The mix of the reverb. If we take that off, and if we do it like manually, the reverb stops. If I do it with a macro, the reverb continues. What? Bug. Steve. Dude. I'm gonna have a whole list of bugs that I need. Steve is gonna be like, dude, I haven't heard from you in years, and now suddenly in 1 week you're telling me about bug after bug. Yeah, sorry, mate. There was another one. The LFO values are also not displayed correctly. You can set this knob in a position where I think if dotted is turned on, you can have it so that when it's saying a bar, it's actually doing a dotted health bar instead. But it says a bar on the label. It's like a tiny little fraction. I think it's only 1 tick on the knob, but it is still like it's weird. It shouldn't be like that. I had a patch, and I had literally set it to that exact position, and it said a bar, but I was hearing a dotted bar, basically a dotted health bar, and I was like, oh. It says a bar. Where's that dotted sound coming from? And I was looking for it for ages, and then I figured that it was that knob. Yeah, I know Steve will fix it, but move reverb mix what how am I gonna say this? Mix reverb bug when mapped to macro and automated. Something like that. Then I'll remember it. Cool. I know. I had a bug earlier as well that I reported to him. I was making patches for Serum, and I made one patch, and if I played it back and switched back and forth between some of the presets that I made, some of them would suddenly play at like a much quieter volume. And then if I would switch to the next one and then back again, it would play at the regular volume that I made it at. And I was like, what? And that was another bug. And I sent it to Steve, and he was like, after like 1 day or something, he had fixed it. But he was like, that's probably been there for the entire time. I didn't know about it. Thanks. But that doesn't make any sense. Like, whether you do this with a macro or by hand moving this knob, you should be getting the exact same result. So, yeah, that's weird. And it's also weird because, now I wonder, what if we remove this? Remove that. Let's automate the mix here. We're going to automate the mix instead. Let's see what happens. To about halfway. And then we're going to turn it down. See, that works. That's exactly what should happen. That's exactly what should happen. That one is going to be modulated for sure. Macro 1. This. We're going to move that one up. That's now going to be LFO curve. And that one is going to be automated towards the end there. So we get. Yeah, I'm not sure if this one is going to come in right away, though. Like, this is more something for later, I think. Let's make everything what we did so far work a little bit better. So we had that gap that actually I think works quite well. And then we're going to need that gap here as well on the noise. And let's continue it. Let's copy these. Like I said, I'm not gonna get too stuck on making everything sound really good right away. We need maybe... Oh, what was that? Oh, that was that one, of course. That one doesn't have any automation. That was it. Like that one, this sound, it's not good yet. I can maybe fatten it up with a saturator for now. Why is it so quiet, that sound? Oh, because this one is down. This one, Needs a lot of extra stuff. Let's see. Another saturator. Better. Can cut a little bass before it. Then we get away with more saturation, but it's honestly not really sounding like I thought it would, so just back it down again. Yeah, that first one isn't good yet, but I can do a little let's try that out. Let's see. Grab. Oh, let's do it after it. Wait, maybe a vintage verb would be better, because then we have the high pass built in there. That might be a little bit better. Or no, I can just use the room. I can do it in a parallel chain. Just have one chain without any reverb and then one with reverb. So we're gonna have a nice long one. Let's this one. Let's bring that one up, and let's raise that one as well. So we're really just getting a big reverb sound, and let's put an EQ after that. Maybe not that much, actually. That one works there. That intro snare is a bit shit, by the way. Could also do that. Let's do a better one. I have some high-pitched ones in here. Come on. That might be a better one. I'm just gonna do a regular pattern for now. Thanks, Onishi. Gonna probably have different hats in the intro as well, because we're doing completely different hats in the drop. Probably something more on 1/4 pattern, but we can make that of this one maybe. There's some nice noise in this one, which might work. We can just do something like this maybe. Let's just do that for now. Probably come up with a better pattern at some point. Oh, fuck. Pardon my language. Because there's automation on this. See? I'm gonna do that. probably gonna have like longer intro as well, by the way, though. But trying to envision what that's gonna do. Let's go back to the idea of vocals. Let's see what we have more. Can we get above this 0G stuff? Because these are all. Yay!
Yeah, you just remember I won a year's supply of toilet freshener for making up that poem.
What?
Yeah, you just remember I won a year's supply of toilet freshener for making up that poem. That took brains and artistry, that did.
What? Where the hell did that come from?
Liquor, don't drink that.
Why?
Mine.
Oh, this message brought to you by the United States Department of Condescending Paternalism.
Liquor, don't drink that.
Why?
Mine.
Oh,
Such
this
weird
message brought to you
samples.
by the United States Department of Condescending Paternalism.
My love, yeah, something special. Something special.
We have something that we can use.
Body drives me out. Don't make me feel like I'm doing time. 'Cause I am here. Got it on. Move, baby. I see the sign.
Process the hell out of it, of course.
That look onto I read your mind. Hands up. Doing it.
Your insecurity's gonna take over your mind if you let them.
Yay.
I say your insecurity's gonna take over.
Do we have something interesting? Yeah, whatever.
I'm gonna give you all my
Shanti. Hare 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 Hare.
give you all.
And all I see, I'm not the one.
As the color.
Doing it. Give your love. Hands up. I see.
Not really, yeah?
Move, baby.
Business news now in the back.
Don't make me feel.
Finding vocals is always the fucking hard thing. I mean, if you want weird vocals, I have so many of those, but like finding vocals is always tough.
Again and again. Let me show you who I can be. Take it. You gotta get on my level. You gotta get on my level.
Like, you need just one little
Antifreeze,
bit.
Don't drink
BPM.
antifreeze. Don't drink that. Why? Because it'll kill you.
Oh, this message brought to you by the United States Department of Condescending Paternalism.
Antifreeze. Don't drink that.
Like, you know, the most weird vocals in there. I have all of those right here somewhere. Where is it? Vocals? Where's the vocals folder? Should be in one of these. Vocals. No. That one. Vocals. Acapellas. Somewhere in here. Somewhere in here is the folder with the weird vocal samples. You go through this folder, then you're gonna find the most weirdest shit.
I will not be pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, briefed.
debriefed, or numbered. I will not be pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, briefed, debriefed, or numbered. I will
That
not
is actually
be
a
pushed,
sample.
filed, stamped, indexed, briefed, debriefed, or numbered. I will not be pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, briefed, debriefed, or numbered. I
That
will
one is
not
cool.
be pushed, filed. I will
Let
not
me at
be
least mark
pushed,
that.
filed, stamped, indexed, briefed, debriefed, or numbered. I will not be pushed.
I have no clue where it's from. That's the beauty of these samples. I have no clue where they're from, but there's some really interesting samples in here.
I will not be pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, briefed, debriefed, or numbered.
I work hard all...
we have to, like, go to the bathroom or something? Yeah.
Your mind is under my control. Why don't you do the world a favor and pull your lip over your head and swallow? Why don't you do the world a favor and pull your lip over your head and swallow? Why don't you do the world a favor and pull your lip over your head and swallow? Why don't you do the world a favor and pull your lip over your head?
And they took everything about me. Put me
Yeah, these are amazing.
They created... What? I'm all out of powdered toast. What is it, man?
Tell me, what do you think of the traffic problem? What do you think of the marriage problem?
What the heck?
What a dork.
They're from so many different things, though.
We, the people, have a right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you. One nation, invisible, with liberty and Christmas for all.
What the hell? Oh, somebody make a Christmas song out of it, please.
We, the people, have a right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you. One nation, invisible, with liberty and Christmas for all.
What the hell? Yeah, this folder's filled with weird shit.
Due to some violent content, parental discretion is advised.
Violence, when it's sanctioned by the state, is acceptable to us because we regard individual acts of violence.
They're wet. They're vile. They're stinky. But I love them.
Was that Red and Stimpy or something? So cool. Like a lot of old cartoons and, I don't know, old movies and all kinds of other shit. I once bought this from, like 10 years ago or something. I bought this from eBay. It was like a couple of DVDs for like €5 or something. And this dude just had gathered like a ton of samples and put them all on DVDs and was just selling them for cheap. And I was like, oh, cool. A lot of easy ways to get a lot of samples.
Spoon!
What the hell? Just so random as well.
Spoon! Spoon! Evildoers, eat my justice!
What is this? Stalin.
You know, evil comes in many forms, be it a man-eating cow or Joseph Stalin.
Oh. I literally, there's so many samples that I haven't heard many of them. There's just too many.
Run away, weenie dog! But you wouldn't hold a little thing like sanity against the guy, would you?
There's so much pre-drop vocal samples in here hidden, you know, it's insane.
I got you cornered, you screwy wabbit!
Rats!
Make me wanna puke!
Oh, yeah, these samples are absolutely gold.
Pride is an abomination.
Now I swear.
Everybody and every creature has to poop sometime.
Like, holy shit, what are these random samples, man?
I am mentally divergent in that I am escaping certain unnamed realities that plague my life here.
Why does it say pepper jam when there is no pepper jam? I swear to God, one of these days I just kick this piece of shit out the window.
Oh, there's so many ones in here that you can literally just use for a track.
Why does it say pepper jam when there is no pepper jam? I swear.
I've had lots of parasitic experience.
What? Cool, man.
I've had lots of parasitic experience.
Too bad that doesn't have the last part, but...
I don't mind a parasite. I object to a cut-rate one. I don't mind a parasite. I object to a...
I don't mind a parasite. Let's mark that one as well. Could be cool.
Believe me, Ovaltine's got what it takes to help you be a...
I can help you.
There's also old commercials and stuff. Like,
Well, I'm out of here.
really weird ones.
No, there's so much other stuff to do in the bathroom. Yeah.
I just literally back then, I think I was just getting started with music production. I found these when I was still making hip hop, by the way. So you can maybe sort of like imagine how I was using them. Like using little stabs of single words and stuff on beats in hip hop tracks, hip hop beats that I was making back then. I just went on to, I think, eBay and just typed in vocal samples and see what came up. And it was like this listing of like this guy in the US just selling like CDs with random samples. And it came like this is one of the folders because like all of these, by the way, these 100 and something, 200 and something, that's all literally South Park samples by episode. Just like all of weird stuff like that. But it also came with like it came with actual acapellas, folders and folders of them. Like literally folders and folders. Motown acapellas, I don't know, just all kinds of stuff. And I was like, okay, €5, cool, mate. Give me them.
As I've told you before, in a job like yours, even when it's finished, there's always one more thing to do.
Guess that makes me the only real man in the room.
The Seven Dwarfs, filthy, rotting.
What?
The Seven Dwarfs, filthy, rotting, lousy, skanky, scabby, septic, and die.
Like, that's what I mean. It's like...
The Seven Dwarfs, filthy, rotting, lousy, skanky, scabby, septic, and die.
Where the hell did he even got some of these from? That's what I wonder, you know?
May I have 10,000 marbles, please?
This is a place for crazy people. I'm not crazy.
We don't use that term crazy, Mr. Cole.
We've got some real nuts here.
That one is sick. That one is definitely from a movie or something.
This is a place for crazy people. I'm not
That first
crazy.
part already. This is a place for crazy people. Bam, 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 bam.
Some real nuts here.
Yeah, like it's just... And it's totally not legal, of course, what this dude was doing. Like, don't get me wrong, this is totally not legal. But who the fuck hell cares? Like, I was like, oh shit. I was like 15 years old and I was like making hip hop beats and I was like, holy shit, I've got vocal samples for days and it only cost me €5. Holy damn. It's good, you know, having stuff like these.
You large-breasted girls think you are so smart.
What the fuck? I by the way, I cannot vouch if something is said in these vocals. I don't know what is in them, so if it says something really obscure and fucking horrible, then sorry in advance. Some of these are so old that they probably might even include stuff that people would nowadays say of like, holy shit, I'm canceling you for that. Aufketzen. Oh yeah, okay.
I want the people to know that they still have 2 out of 3 branches of the government working for them, and that ain't bad.
Ah, shit.
You ever been in a cockpit before?
No, sir, I've never been up in a plane before.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
What? Like that. Perfect timing. Oh. That's from Airplane, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Good example of something that you would be probably get cancelled for these days. Saying to a kid, you've ever seen a man naked? It's probably not gonna go well these days. But it's so fun. All these... Not that. Sorry, not that. All of these samples.
Oh, you men are all alike. 7 or 8 quick ones and you're off with the boys to boast and brag. You better keep your mouth shut. Oh, I think I love him.
Yeah, this is just... I'm not gonna go through this entire thing, but it's so insane, all of these things. I marked a couple of ones here.
And now for something completely different.
Yeah, okay.
And now for something completely different.
The strain was terrific. And impossible though it seemed, he got an idea.
That one is so good.
The strain was terrific. And impossible though it seemed, he got an idea.
I'm fucking dying out here, boys. Sorry. I'm fucking dead. Yeah, what the fuck? Exactly. Like, where's that from?
The strain was terrific. And impossible though it seemed, he got an idea.
What is that from? If anybody knows, holy shit, you are a mad lad. I would have no idea where that is from. This one is cool though, that we found.
I will not be pushed, filed, stamped, indexed.
I'm not sure if that's gonna be a good one for this track, but...
Pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, briefed.
You can just literally...
Pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, 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 pushed, filed, stamped.
Oh, it's Ren and Stimpy. Could be. There's a lot of Ren and Stimpy samples in here.
Holy shit!
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, sir.
My advice to you, start...
Mr. Dorfman.
I was wondering if I might...
I see you shiver with...
I just know they're gonna probe my anus.
Okay, that was to be expected. I was like, anus.wave. Let's click it. And we have another one, anus1.wave. Okay. I asked for it.
Pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, pushed, filed, stamped, indexed.
It's like literally a perfect bar.
Pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, pushed, filed, stamped,
I will not be bum.
I will not be. I will not be. I will not be pushed.
The I will not be pushed is nice, yeah.
Pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, pushed, filed, stamped.
That one is kind of weird. But I will not be pushed is kind of nice. I agree. That one is kind of cool.
I will not be pushed. I will not be pushed, push, 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 push. Push, push, push. I will not be pushed, push, 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 push. I will not be pushed, push, 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 push.
Too much no shit. I'm literally goofing around. I'm not gonna use that sample for this track. We need something completely else. We're just going through these samples here, some weird shit.
I know what I'm doing. Not even God knows what you're doing.
We are beckoned, no, compelled by the repugnant, yet somehow delicious aroma.
Is it wrong that I was totally aroused by that?
Quite an experience to live in fear.
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
You're not dealing with AT&T.
I'll wave my private parts at your auntie.
Auto-destruct sequence armed. Back up, man! Your balls are showing.
Some of these are such meme vocals. Holy shit.
Balls are showing.
A lot of Ren and Stimpy, yeah. I think further down you get a lot of other stuff as well. A lot of old, like I said, there's also old commercials, but there's not that many of those. But there's some really weird ones. Okay, I'm hearing something. Dun 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 dun. Let's make a quick patch before I forget the idea. Dun 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 dun. Something like that, and then dun 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 dun. I need to hear it from the start. Right here. Maybe here. Oh, I need to set these to envelope mode real quick. Yeah. Let's turn skill mode off. Yeah, whoever sampled all of those must have been an interesting person. Exactly. It's basically the equivalent of like, I guess, a sample hoarder. Well, I'm kind of like one as well, but like, it's insane how much time he must have put into that, like collecting all of those samples. Like, it's similar for my whole collection, of course, but like, just that whole insane amount of like finding all of those vocal samples, like, damn, because a lot of them are like cuts from episodes of movies and shit, right? So they're either he just sourced them all over the place over like years and years, or he literally has sat there just sampling stuff for years and years. Either one of the two, it's a lot of effort. So I have the 0G Ethera library, yeah. Could maybe work. You are right. Playing with note lengths is always so important. See, that just sounds so much more interesting then. That's so much better, doing stuff like that. Yeah, I do kind of like this as well. And then let's assign macro 2 to control that so that we have Let's actually save. Ramon is not here, I think. He's not calling save anymore. Need to piss again. How late is it? 12:43. We can still keep streaming. We can keep streaming for quite a while, don't worry. Actually getting somewhere now. The whole thing just grabs me emotionally for some reason. Yeah, I really like the sound of this thing as well. Yeah, I'll grab some music for you real quick. Which one is good? Which one is good? Which one is good? This one, I think, is a little good. Not sure how the drop sounds, but oh, it sounds good enough. I'll be back in just a little bit, and then we'll continue working. I'm gonna take a little leak, and then I'll be back. So see you guys in just a little bit.
free.
Yeah, that one's quite interesting. Definitely not done yet, but where were we? Actually quite interesting. Messing with the octave of that sub while it's playing. I mean, we could do that. See what we get. Oh, we can do that? Really? Sub. Oh, okay. Oh, then not. Forgot what I said. Don't need that one. Oh, yeah. That's nice. What is this one controlling? LFO was 1. Oh, that's the curve of that one, or the position of that. We can have this one controlling the FM a little bit, so it just gets a little bit more towards the end. I wanted to put this. Wait, we can put you here. Maybe that one, but it's probably gonna be too much. We can try it out though. get a little bit of Oh, it's coming from that one. See, I don't really like the reverb in here, to be honest. Just sounds a bit weird. So what would be better is probably taking just a Valhalla reverb or something. We can take a Valhalla room, maybe. Put that on instead, and just no pre-delay. Maybe even put it in parallel. Have like a dry version and then have the reverb one. Sounds so much better. It's also really loud right now because it's not in any groups. So let's just put this into the atmosphere group. It's not really an atmosphere sound, more like a lead, but can go there. Now it's really quiet. So let's drop a saturator on it. Saturator is your best friend, honestly. And if you think saturator, it sounds nice now, but it does kind of it sounds a bit muddy maybe, it brings up the low end too much, just put an EQ in front of it, take a low shelf and just do that. And just kind of control it, going into that saturator. And you can get away with a couple of extra decibels of drive. Yeah, I'm gonna make them shorter. It's not gonna matter that much, but I like things to be a bit... Okay, I'm not gonna say that. That's gonna sound a bit weird if I'm gonna say that. My throat is still not entirely better. moment I was dying out here. My throat is acting up a little bit right now. My nose started to run. I was dying out there. I was saying, while the mic was muted, automating that, like, more like that is going to be a lot more interesting than having this slow automation. So we could try... Where is Serum? Right here. We could try, instead of having this one so big, we could just have it maybe up until there, and then have another LFO moving this thing around. This is going to be so much more interesting. Now we can really start doing crazy stuff. It sounds so much more interesting if we do this. Oh wait, didn't we have another filter? Yeah. Ooh, there we go. Let's go. What if we take a low pass with a notch? Let's go opposite direction. Not really. Don't really like that notch. Let's, I do like it, but I don't like it that I have to bring the resonance of the low pass up as well to make the notch sort of like narrower. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to switch it out for low pass 18. Ooh, it started to sound really good there though. Really nice sort of like texture and sort of like it sounds really nicely gritty, if you get what I mean. So this one, it's free running. Let's make that maybe a bar or something, and let's put that on here. Bipolar. Two bars. Give that delay some movement as well. And then we can take the EQ, and we can still do the notch thing. Just like that, right here. It sounds so much better. Wait, let's do it on this one instead. So I keep the high frequency one, or if I want to boost the highs. It's a little bit better of an idea. Put that one there, do it backwards. Like that's better. Oh, you were just saying that? Ah, yeah. That sounds good, though. I like that. Should we do the highs a little bit with this one as well? Like this one should almost just start. Or it could maybe come in here. Maybe not even need the strings, to be honest. Oh yeah, do you want to have another quick tip? If you want to quickly find out if you maybe can come up with a different pattern that works even better, take this start position, make sure that the loop is turned on right here on the clip. If you can see that, can you see that right there at the top? So make sure that is turned on. And then just do this. Take this one and just move it somewhere else. Let's say we're going to move it as an 8th note or a 16th note. Let's do a 16th before this one. So now every hit is going to hit a 16th note later. Let's see what that sounds like. Sometimes it sounds so much better. That one doesn't. Let's try an 8th note. Make sure you grab the right one. That one definitely has groove. It has a different groove, but I'm hearing something in this one that I really like as well. So what if we try and combine that with the one that we already had, for instance? Sometimes taking a completely different position to start with can really change the groove. See? this one. This one is sick. This one is sick. This one is really good. See, that's what I mean. It's like just a different start position and it sounds so much different. I would have never thought of doing that quick thing at the beginning here, that starting with that high note. I would have never thought of doing that. Like, I'm starting with that note and then a 16th note late. I would have never thought of that, you know, doing that for the first note. I would have always thought of like, oh, let's put it on the beat, you know, it's probably going to be best because that's the first one. It needs to emphasize that downbeat. Whereas this could be so much more interesting. Because when the drums come in, it creates a little bit of an interesting boom with the kick drum, which is nice. And that kind of still works. So yeah, you can see how stuff like this is really interesting. Now it hits on the offbeat. Also good. And now we're getting into the part where we're basically getting into the transition section, so... I mean, it still works. You can come up with so many different ones. Although that kind of feels like it should be the transition section. But this one was really good. I really like that one. Let's grab the sidechain. Let's drop that on the atmosphere group real quick. Not sure if it's gonna matter that much, but let's just try. Didn't I copy the sidechain? Copy. Paste. Okay. We need a trigger. We need to set those triggers as well. Why aren't those set? Are those set here? Why didn't they copy over? Strange. Oh yeah, that's definitely helping. Make the kick drum come through nicely. Like we can put one on the snare, but we don't really need it in the intro, I think. We only have that so like, what is it? Almost like a clap kind of thing. We can try. Just doing that. Okay, kind of works. Drop is gonna need so much work, and by the way, I didn't copy over the automation of the Reese. Stupid me. It's gonna need a lot of work, but at least we got that idea down, so I'm not forgetting that. I want to start introducing these notes here in this section. Yeah, let me see what I can do here. Just grab that, drop some distortion on it, maybe a bit of that, front of it, boost that a bit. That's nice. Now let's see, we have definitely used that D sharp somewhere. Okay. Might be a bit much for the intro. But we could try. What if we give it some rhythmic volume movement? Let's see what happens. This, bring it down. Take an LFO, put that on here, and do a little 1/8 pattern or 1/8 dotted thing. Gonna have to do glides then and make it do that. What this needs right now, we can leave this one. That's a single voice. We can also play with the phase of that. Let's just bring it all the way down. What we can do is we can swap this one out for this one, which is basically just a saw wave, but with the first fundamental removed. So it's only going to give us the unison on all the other harmonics. Actually quite nice. See what happens. Okay, see what happens the other way around. Not sure if this is even doing something. Well, it is doing something, but so inaudible. Doesn't really matter. We don't have another filter here, right? Yeah, we have this one, but... Yeah, it's a nice sound, but not for this track, I think. Or not for this section. Yeah, I just saved. It's a good sound though. Maybe we can use it for the response here. Where we had this shitty one. Oh, that one is good too, but... Oh, sounds pretty good too, honestly. That first one definitely needs work. That first one isn't good yet, but I'll figure out what I want for that one. Yeah, that could definitely work there. Needs a bit of work, but it already has. So like the right kind of movement. And here I had this. Does it have a glide already? Yeah, it has. It's a little thing at the end because it doesn't really work there right now, but that one could work there. For sure. Okay. What if I introduce this one, this rhythm of that main step in here, but with like a really subby kind of bass sound? Get what I mean? Take that. Just a really simple thing like that, and then just not the pen, the volume on here, envelope mode. Something like that, then like that. Maybe a slight little FM on it so you kind of hear it a little bit better. Or just have that one also like that, but then just on a higher octave. Create the harmonic. Need to hear that in the mix. Otherwise you're not going to hear it properly. And it needs to be nice and loud. Yeah, that one, this one is overpowering a little bit right now. Wait, let's just do another EQ after saturator, because the saturator is probably creating some. See, we have a lot of low stuff there. Probably don't need. And I mean, we might need it in this section, but we can automate it when the bass comes in so that this automates kind of away. Can do this a little. I'll leave it around somewhere here for now. Now let's see for this one. Might have to make these a little bit longer. Ready, the FM road. Really only need a little bit, just. That maybe. Not exactly, but see, let's just put that in there. No, definitely not like that. Let's see. Make it good. It needs to be something like that, but... That... There we go. There it is. Make that nice. Not exactly what I was going for, but it's it'll do for now. It'll do for now. I can make a better thing later. Who? Okay, whatever. It doesn't really matter too much. What we need to do... fine-tune this one. Sounds a little bit shit. Like the other thing more. Was it 1? And just RM. I thought it might be nice, but sounds really not that nice. This is really loud as well, by the way. I need to hear something. we go. Now it's actually a steady rhythm. That's better. It's wide as hell though, but might just work. This is gonna be such a good one for the response now. But hey, okay. How late is it? Oh shit, it's 2 a.m. Damn. Completely lost track of time there. We're just gonna have some more fun for the end of the stream. I found some cool stuff. I found some cool plugins. Now, some of you might already know about them. Probably do. But they're pretty nice. Have you heard about Analog Obsession? Probably do. But I decided to check them out. I was like, let's see. I haven't checked them out, but let's see if I like them. And there's actually some pretty good ones, honestly. Some pretty nice plugins. Let's see if we have a nice drum loop. Motown. Sure. Let's grab this. Save. Sure. Now, I was looking through the plugins that the guy makes. It's basically just a single guy, and he makes a bunch of different plugins. And he has like a whole bunch of stuff. They're basically all free on his Patreon. You don't have to sub to his Patreon to download them. You can just download them. But if you sub to his Patreon, then it's obviously going to help him. But there's some pretty cool ones. I was playing around with which ones was it? Like some of these distortion and saturation ones are pretty cool, especially if you are dealing with like working on processing breaks. Honestly, the whole analog looking thing, I don't really care much about, but whatever, they sound pretty good. Now this might be a little bit quick. Let's just do this real quick. Make it a little bit longer. We're just gonna do something like this. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Let's just set this to repitch. And it's like really subtle but nice. If we overdo it, you can really hear the difference. They all have a little bit of a different shape to what they do to the waveform, but it's really interesting. And for like processing breaks or snare drums or all that kind of stuff, it's really nice. See, with this one, the negative side becomes, or the positive side becomes a little bit asymmetrical from the negative side of the waveform. It's a little bit less tall than in the positive side than what it's in the negative side. Where I think with the other one, on one, it's actually still good on both sides. It's interesting, and there's a whole bunch more. Like, there's so many that the guy makes. Again, this is just a similar thing. Also, sort of like what is that? Preamp kind of thing. And he makes a lot of compressors and what I do, all that kind of stuff. Channel strips. There's some cool ones. Like EQs and stuff, and they all add like subtle saturation and stuff like that, which is really nice. And I found them, and they are absolutely free. So I was like, oh, maybe I should tell you guys about it. So it's by Analog Obsession. So if you don't know about it, just go and have a look on his Patreon, because you can just check them out. Oh yeah, it is. Holy shit. What else do we have? I haven't checked out all of them, so I don't know yet which ones are good. But I had a couple of ones that I tried and they were pretty nice. Most of the ones, yeah, if you click the logo, it turns oversampling on. There's also, what is it? It should be, oh yeah, definitely. LA2A. There's no virtual screws. That's true, but they do have a little texture, and you know the little as if the lights are turned on of the display. So it's kind of like yeah, they are, or they. I mean, it is made by a single person. It's actually a plugin developer from Turkey who makes these. So it's actually quite nice. And I saw his video about it. That's how I found them. I saw his video about it. I had heard about this company before. I had these a really long time ago, like the older versions. And I totally forgot about them and never installed them again. And I saw the video. I was like, oh, wait, maybe I should check them out again. And I saw that they had updated a lot of them. So I was like, okay, let's download all of them. Let's go have a look at them. But they're actually they sound pretty good, though. That's the whole point. Like, they sound pretty good. Yeah, that's for the sidechain, of course. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, but I didn't really use the old ones, so I can't really say too much about that. I really need to go through them and check them all out. That compressor? Oh yeah, that's that one. Oh. There's also a bunch of EQs, I think, right? Yeah. Is that your pull tag EQ, right? If I'm correct. I mean, it's free, so... Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Some of them are pretty cool. But like I said, especially for when I'm doing like sound design. For instance, if you are working on like a bass line and you have just like you're starting off with like sine wave or something, or just a sine wave with a very subtle harmonic, or a sine wave with noise. I don't know, stuff like that. And then just start running it through plugins like that, because these pretty much they are made to do subtle saturation, right? And that's kind of what you want when you're doing sound design, because that subtle saturation adds up. And especially if you do maybe one of those really early on in your processing chain, it's going to help sort of like change the sound of what comes out of it at the end of the processing chain, obviously. Like if you're going to do more processing after it, like distortion and other things, what that plugin at the start of it is going to do to the sound in terms of saturation is really gonna affect what comes out of it at the end. So yeah, that's always going to be interesting to use. So I saw them, I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Let me grab them. I haven't subbed to his Patreon, but I might do it. Like I have some more plugins that do stuff like that, that are nice. Like this one, for instance, from Softtube. That one does like some really nice extra saturation as well if you drive it hard, and it's stuff like that I really like for like doing sound design. Those are just really interesting. I don't know, it's just really interesting to work with when you're doing stuff like that. Just seeing what those plugins do to the sound. But you can also just take like regular compressors. It doesn't have to be expensive plugins. You can also just take whatever, I don't know, take a Fat Filter 7 or something, or an Iced Trash, and start messing with that. Honestly, I was doing that earlier as well on breaks, just taking an Iced Trash. We'll do it on like, I guess we'll not do that. Well, I'm in love with Black Box HG. Do you know it? I think I heard of it, but I haven't seen it. I don't know why Ableton crashed for trash, but whatever. I saved before I started doing this, so it doesn't matter. We didn't lose anything. Picked it up for $29 at PA. That is Plugin Alliance, right? They have some pretty good plugins too. They have some pretty good plugins. Some pretty nice stuff. I also really like the Kush Audio stuff. Kush Audio has some really good stuff as well. Like, especially if you're looking for stuff that is like doing subtle saturation and stuff like that. It's just, when you're processing breaks, or, I don't know, using an acoustic snare drum sample to, layer in your own snare, and then just processing with that, really driving it to get like some nice distortion on that sample before you layer it with your synthesized snare, for instance. That can be really nice, and can be really, it can make a snare drum, for instance. And I think Kush Audio, what was the plugin called? UBK1, I think, which is like a compressor and a limiter and a saturator in one, maybe, if it was something like that. Yeah, he does some pretty good videos as well lately. I saw that he does videos as well on YouTube. He has some pretty good videos, some pretty interesting, sometimes some pretty interesting views that he has on things. So it's quite nice hearing him talk about stuff. Yeah, well, Ableton is saying nope. So I'm gonna call it a day as well. I've been streaming for how long? It's 2:13 a.m. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 53 minutes. Clariphonic seems interesting. Yeah, that one is actually quite nice. Clariphonic is actually quite nice. I don't have that one, but I used it in a friend's place, at a friend's studio. He had that one, or they had that one, and it was actually pretty nice as well. He was using it a lot on vocals and stuff like that, but also on like sometimes like if you take like really shimmery kind of reverb kind of signals and stuff like that, it can be really nice on it as well. But that's similar to like what the purpose of for instance, it's just in general nice to add like some nice high-end sparkle basically. But if I'm correct, I think that was the one, Clariphonic. What was I gonna say? Yeah, there's another one that by Sound Toys. What is it? Crystallizer by Sound Toys. Kind of really interesting, sort of like shimmer delay kind of thing. I mean, the name kind of says it. It makes everything sound crystallized or something. Like it has like shimmery crystals on top. Maybe Andrew Wong would like it. Shimmery crystals, baby. Shimmery time crystals. Come on. He probably knows about it. Yeah, like on certain the drum and bass these days definitely has a lot of high frequencies. So it's nice to add high frequencies, but most of the time I feel in drum and bass, it's a lot of just carefully distorting and adding noise, and then just boosting some of the highs. But that you can do, for instance, with something like that. Like, for instance, you should try out someday, instead of just doing two versions of the same thing, basically having one version, just take your track and maybe on the master, or I don't know, on the most, let's say the entire bass group or something during the drop, or maybe on the group the drums and the bass together in a group, and then just give it like a high-end boost or something with just an EQ, just to give it like some more high-end. But really simple, right? Just stock EQ or something, fab filter, I don't know, something like that. One that doesn't really color the sound, it just boosts the high end. And then instead do another version where you do it, but with like some plugin that does some subtle tape saturation or something on the high frequencies, and just compare how much of a boost you can do to get it sort of like at the same level, and then compare how softer it sounds with the saturation on top versus just the EQ boost. And you'll see like different types of saturation will give you different sort of like characters on the high end, which is really nice. And that can really make or break it, because usually just boosting with an EQ is going to make it sound harsh. And it's really just, you want to sort of like have that little roll off at the end so that it doesn't get too harsh in the really high frequencies, but still have that nice high end. Which can be difficult. It's a fine line, you know. It's a fine line of making everything sound really ear-piercing. And high-end can also be really, really not nice to listen to for a long time, so... It's difficult, though, to get that right, but it can definitely work. But I find that, like, some tape saturation can really help to make that work well. Just like... Or just boost with an EQ first, and then just add some tape saturation on top, you know? Yeah, so, if I click OK where it's gonna crash, it's gonna be done. So, any last questions before we end? Yeah, indeed. Saturation is the key to making things loud. You can take a drum break that is very dynamic and you can limit it, but by limiting it at some point, depending on the settings of the limiter, of course, with a good limiter like Pro L, you could squeeze a lot of loudness out of a break that's very dynamic, but with some limiters, like maybe the stock Ableton limiter or something, you might not be able to, and it just starts to, you know, distort in a really nasty way when you push it too far. But with saturation, you saturate something and it does the same thing as what compression does, basically, but in a different way. It achieves the same result in terms of dynamics. That's what it does. It achieves the exact same thing as what compression would do to dynamics, but it also does something extra. It creates extra harmonics, which a compressor does also in a way, but to such an extent that it's basically inaudible. But saturation, you start to hear those extra harmonics, depending on the shape of saturation that you use, of course. And that's where all of those different analog emulation of plugins can come in, or just different saturation plugins in general. Doesn't have to be analog emulations, of course. Can be anything, you know. You can play a sound out of your speakers and record it with your phone, and then put that back in your computer, and then that can be a distortion as well. You know, it's just everything that's coloring the sound and creating some extra harmonics, or I don't know, doing something to the sound, can be some type of distortion in a way. What I was wanted to do is that with breaks like that, just take like a break sample and then put iZotope Trash on it, and take some of the presets. There's some really good presets in Trash. Just flick through some of the presets, turn your volume down because some of them can get really loud. But some of them do really interesting stuff to drums, for instance. And yeah, I was going to show you, but I mean, I can try doing this real quick. Should have already done that, but you have a question. I think I know, but maybe you can confirm. Saturation is pretty much just subtle distortion, right? Yeah, in a way. In a way, yeah. That's probably the best way of describing it, or the easiest way of understanding it. Like, saturation is just distortion, basically. It's both distortion. It's just that saturation is usually, yeah, it's more subtle. It has more rounded kind of shapes, so it's not really creating. I guess it depends. It also depends what kind of saturation you're doing, of course. Soft clipping, hard clipping, both do different things and create other harmonics, of course. So it's like distortion is usually more like something really loud, right? Okay. Did it just recover out of itself, or did I click yes? I don't think I clicked something. Well, whatever. Take Trash. That was actually really quick. I'm amazed. But I love saturation and distortion in general. It's really cool to play around with. But it actually comes with some really good presets. Some of these subtle ones are pretty nice on drums as well. Especially if you put like some kind of transient shaping in front of it to kind of shape that a bit. We're obviously getting louder, but like that's roughly the same level. Now it's roughly the same level. It just sounds so much bigger, you know? It's just that's what's so beautiful about saturation and distortion. It's like, yeah, the sound like if we do this by ear, like I would think about something like that. But we're actually so much quieter now. But there's so many interesting things in here, and it can do so much more than what most people do with it, and what I do with it as well. For instance, the filter here, you like have this, of course, but you've got these modulation sources as well at the bottom. So you can literally have an envelope follower moving this thing around. So interesting. And you can of course also just do it straight, like you just wanna now what it's doing is basically bringing this up. So like boosting the snare drum. But you can do so many interesting things. You have got your LFO right here. See? And that on basses, you can do so much weird things with it. Convolution thing. Crash is pretty good, actually. I really like it. It's still one of the better distortion plugins, in my opinion. All of these weird. Like if you're working with breaks, this can be really fun to play around with. Depending on which you pick, of course. Yeah, that's one thing though. If you browse the presets, yeah, it gets pretty crazy sometimes. Like that one. But it depends on the sound, of course, as well. But sometimes it's great for like a starting point, just going through and just finding like interesting things and going like, hey, that might be cool to do. That could turn into a shuffle, I don't know. Holy shit. Sorry. Damn, that's loud. But it's quite cool, actually. You can come up with some pretty interesting. I mean, it's just that. And we're still, and it's still sort of like the same level. It's basically, it's just as loud as this. It's the same level. That's the beauty of distortion and saturation. It's just like, yeah, you can do so much with it. Skull step time. It's quite fun though. Yeah, it's not for this track though, but anyways, like I said, I'm gonna stop streaming. It's been a while. I don't have much to play here. I'll play the intro, I guess. And what do we have here? Okay, yeah. I'll have that play. Okay, cool. I'm gonna stop streaming. I might stream again tomorrow if I feel like it, or on Sunday. If I do, then I'll let you guys know on Discord. So if you aren't a member of the Discord yet, then you can join using the link that is in the chat right now. I'm gonna be back then if I feel like it, and otherwise I'll be back on Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. It was fun though. It was fun though. We made something. We made a couple of sounds. I'm gonna have to work on this a little bit, just off stream, and just get a good session in, and then hopefully have something for the upcoming stream. Anyways, thanks for all the donations. Yo, thanks Dan. Thanks. Happy New Year, as your New Year. Yeah, okay, I get what you mean. Thanks for all the donations. If you want to support me in general and get something back for it as well, then you can sub to me on Patreon. I have a Patreon as well, patreon.com/artifacts. I'll drop the link in the chat as well. On there you can sub to my Patreon and you can actually get samples and all of that stuff. I'm working on the current pack, which is going to be a pack for the upcoming month, or this month I should say. It needs to come out in one of the upcoming days, and it's at least gonna have 50 snare drums in it that sounds something like this. So it's gonna have a whole bunch of those with different acoustic sounds in the tails of the snare drums. So yeah, that's one that I've been working on, and some other stuff as well. So but you can also download all of the things from the previous months as well, so you can just get all of the stuff at once. Anyways, thanks for the support. I'll be back again soon. Hope you liked today's stream. I'm gonna enjoy the rest of my evening, night, and I'll see you guys again soon. Peace.